Good morning, everybody. It is Friday, and it does not feel like a fucking Friday. Let me just be honest with you. I am exhausted. I did not sleep worth a crap last night. I haven't really done anything off stream except make like some potions. That's it. It's a very stormy day today. Let's hope doesn't affect stream too much like it has historically. But I hope you all are well. I know, ooh, the Crimson's starting to come back there. We're definitely going to need to clear this stuff out better eventually. But also, I would like to eventually, like, do more with that, but that's not the point of today. Today, we're going to use this to get the last of the corruption stuff. And in my desk, I have our list of things. We still need Pinky Bride, Blood Squid, Digger, Skeleton, Rock Golem, Rune Wizard, Green Jellyfish, Granite Elemental, Cyan Beetle, Snowflakes, Icy Merman, Icy Mimic, Ice Tortoise, Sand Slime, Giant Ant Lion Charger, and Swarmer, several types of Hornet Moth, Dungeon Slime, a bunch of stuff from the dungeon in general, Voodoo Demon, Wyvern, Devourer, Cursed Hammer, Corrupt Mimic, Crimson Axe, Blood Crawler, and then stuff from the Frost event, and then Halloween stuff. And for today, the plan is to go for Devourer, Cursed Hammer, Corrupt Mimic, Crimson Axe, and Blood Crawler, at least. That is the main plan. So we will whoomp. I am very much annoyed by this. Well, I'll just go around. But today, let's... God, there's already another life root there. If we go up here, yeah, we can make our way over to the corruption. So, with the music and stuff, it shouldn't be too bad. Oh, that guy got screwed over. But yeah, right here we have the extra summon stuff. And we can do that if we so choose. But I think what I'm going to do specifically... Well, speaking of corrupt mimics, I was going to say work on taking care of corrupt mimic stuff as we move along. But damn. Hell, we haven't even drank a battle potion yet. One battle potion and boom. And we'll have to move back and forth a bit, but that's okay. In my opinion, I think that should be perfectly fine. Hello, 22. I hope you are well today. Oh, dear God. That's probably going to happen more than once today. Getting absolutely jump scared by a mimic. The Crimson, I'm not worried about too much. All we really need to do is just hunt for the axe, because the crawler is going to be the easier one to find. Playing Pokemon game, question why it's good. I mean, if anything, like, Pokemon at least knows what it's, like, gunning towards with when it does its games. But it also depends if it's a fan game or not. A lot of fan games do really well with certain things. But that's just from my experience. Whew, I'm surprised neither of those hit me. Yikes. Also, if I'm yawning a lot, it's because I'm tired. Oh, Conquest? Yeah, Conquest is surprisingly underrated. I played that before. I honestly liked it a lot. I think I still have it in my DS games over to the side of me. Well, at least where the boxes are, because I know I keep them in, like, more collector type stuff now, where I, like, keep them out of certain things and whatnot. Because, like, I collect a lot of that stuff. Because, like, if I were to move, like, into a house by myself and decorate it all by myself, I would want to like make a rack specifically for games like that with access to like each of those consoles. Just because I think it would be fun. But yeah, a lot of today I know is gonna be me freaking being sleepy as hell. That's what I get for not actually getting sleep. Well, I got some, not a lot though. I'm gonna keep moving so I don't die. Okay, so we just need 5 more cursed hammers. And we're close to this. And then for Devour, we only have 11 of what we need. I believe we need 50 or 25 for the Devourer. I can always double check, but yeah. But I remember playing Pokemon Conquest. I enjoyed it quite a lot. It's not my favorite of the side games, but it was definitely up there. Like, I feel like if Pokemon spent half the amount of time making a story as good as like some of their side games have been historically, we would have a game that has so much emotional storytelling to such an extent. I think it would actually like put the series to a whole new level. Because you have Mystery Dungeon, you have Conquest, you have XD and Coliseum, like with all their mixed types of knowledge and whatnot. And I feel like they should take some notes from some of those. Because you got Mystery Dungeon, which has quite a good view set. Like, look at Explorers of Sky and Explorers of Time. Those were really emotional games. Then you have... Even some of the originals were really good. Like, yeah, all of them have their flaws, but I think if they actually, like, mix that with what they've learned, we would have a insanely great story. I know one thing I saw that I want to talk about a little as well. If you haven't seen, they announced the Minecraft Live. And it's going to be on my birthday on the 22nd, so gift from Mojang apparently. But that's when the Minecraft Live's coming. And from what they mentioned, they're going to talk about quite a few things. There was also an Enderman flossing in the video. It was really awkward seeing that. But my guess is it's going to talk about the summer and spring drops. And then the one in the fall that they probably will do is going to be for the fall and winter drops. And we got the Cursed Hammer. Now we just need the Mimic, which is the most annoying one to get. Well, speaking of Mimics... Okay, so I can mark Cursed Hammer off. And then over here... Now we just have the Mimic and Devourer, which should not be too bad, hopefully. Because, yeah, like, one thing I could do, technically, is, like, go under and just completely clear this out and make it so they have a better chance of spawning. I really could. Which isn't, like, the craziest idea. But, and, like, I could also set up a thing that just outright puts down some of the stuff. Like, just full on shooting some of the darts to activate the mimics. But I don't know. Because it's going to be a lot of extra work either way. So it's one of those things of how much do we want to actually spend on this? I mean, we are going to use... But even then, it's like, with the Corrupt Mimics specifically, that's going to suck the most, I think. Just because we need 25, I believe. Or, like, 20. But the Devourer, I don't remember exact. I think it's 25, but I might be wrong. I am checking the wiki real quick. Um, so only hitting the head of Devourer will display their kill count. If they will not spawn if the player is standing in front of safe walls. Um, worm-like monstrosity. Um, they're the least common. Requires 25 kills to be awarded completion in the Bestiary entry and its corresponding banner, opposed to 25. Okay, good. I'm like, I thought I saw it somewhere. I just had to look a bit deeper. Because usually it's in, like, the other part, not, like, the full thing. So I'm like, uh-oh, at first. At least we're going to get a lot of money from this. But yeah, with 11, we only need to kill 14 more, that means. Let's just hope we don't have another angry trapper situation where we drop the banner and completely forget about it. God, that would suck. Because I realized we didn't have it at one point when I was sorting out the banners again. And I was just like, God bless it. Still haven't found that banner to this day. My guess is we just never picked it up. Like, for the original one. Because we had to get a second one for that. But... got completely sidetracked there. But one of the things that was leaked for Minecraft was the, Spicewood thing, which looks like a Dungeons 2. Which I found really interesting, because I never played Dungeons, but it does make me curious if it's going to be a 2.0 or just a Dungeons 2. Like, you never really know for sure. Or if it's going to be something completely different. Seeing the point we're also coming to in Bedrock, I feel like we're going to get 1.22 soon as well. Because with Bedrock's version numbers, it's getting to a point where they've used so many numbers that they're at the basic end almost. Because, like, recently they did point 0.7, 0.80, and I'm just like, holy crap. But even then, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, the next spring drop is the actual, like, 1.22 update or some crap. I could totally see that happening. I just realized we could have totally grabbed something to up our spawn rates even more. First, I'm just gonna... boop, 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 boop. And then what I need is solar tablets, bloody tear. I definitely need to frickin' change where those torches are, because that's becoming annoying. But yeah, there we go. And then once it turns night, I'll turn on a blood moon for this, because we have enough blood moon spawners. We'll definitely need to farm out more solar eclipse ones, though. Oh, here comes this mimic, and there it goes. Still haven't killed another one of those. We just gotta get lucky. Because it can spawn anywhere down here as well. But I'm wondering if we might need to, like, cut out more of this. Because, like, I'd rather not if I don't have to, but I think we might be, like, at that kind of, like, area. Because, like, it's difficult. So what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna lower this quite a bit. But I think I'm also going to... I think we're going to use this as, like, the chance we need to do this. Well, there's an enchanted sword, and there goes the enchanted sword. Because then I can just go up and do it like this, and then I will go from there. Yeah, because we go into the desert. Which is not something I'd like to do, preferably, if we don't have to, but we're going to have to go into a bit of it either way. Yeah, we gotta just keep moving this. Okay. Holy crap. Boom, ba-da-loom, boom, boom. Ba-da-loom. Boop, boop. Ba-da-ba-da-boop. Boop, boom. Ba-da-boop, boop. Ba-da-ba-da-boop. Give me a monotype aside to normal. Honestly, I'd love to see some more monotypes in Pokemon again that aren't normal type. I think that would be fun to see more of. Because we have, like, Spidops and stuff in the most recent generation. And, like, Satitan. I'm trying to remember the last time we got, like, a pure dragon, though. Because that was quite a long time ago, specifically, that we got a pure dragon, I think. Because I'm trying to think back. No, it was Gen 8. We got Regidrago. Completely forgot about Regidrago's existence for a moment there. Which I think is enough said in its own regard. Bum, bum, ba-na-na-na-na-no. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. Just gonna do that real quick. Okay. Now I can go. Oh, accidentally tabbed out. There we go. So I know with like the Terraria update stuff too, like we know a bit from the state of the game and whatnot, but we don't know a lot. It does make me curious, like what we'll see in the future, because even I'm unsure of like everything that they've announced for 100%. Because I know people keep giving suggestions, and I'm just here like, bro, just let them make the game. Because that's the only reason I don't really do that. What monotype should you do? Ooh, for Pokerogue. Honestly, it depends what you're feeling. Like, there are times where I'm just, like, really up for, like, ice, but if you haven't done it yet, I highly suggest the flying one. It's a really fun one. Because, like, you get access to quite a few, like, useful megas and whatnot as well. And Gigantamax. With, Gigantamax Butterfree, Mega Pidgeot, and similar. Like Rayquaza, you get access to. And the chance of you getting access to them is not high, but you also get access to stuff like Noivern, Dragonite, and a lot of the and all the regional birds, which get something like Kilowattrel, which is which can have an immunity to electric, and that's one of your things completely removed as a weakness as long as you have it alive. Plus there's some other really good Pokemon in that group of flying types. Like, flying types are just good in general. And yeah, you can use Charizard if you really want, because it has 2 megas, but you can only use Charizard Y specifically, because it's the only one that actually stays flying. But one of the things that I saw that I was like, this could be fun, recently, is, so it was, oh my god, what was the name of it? It was a ROM hack where and it looked really interesting. It was like this ROM hack where you actually started as part of like the evil team and whatnot. Like, the professor was the bad guy and stuff. Like, I remember it very vaguely, but it makes me kind of curious on like playing some of those ROM hacks, because I like ROM hacks. I think they add a lot of possibility to a community. Okay. I probably should have thought about this a bit more, but meh. But yeah, like, I'd flying type is also my favorite type, so I am a bit biased with that for the mono type. It was the first one I did. I didn't even see that appear. I just died. For me, I just saw myself die. I didn't even notice the Chaos Ball. Because, like, oh my gosh. Klinger. Another Tim banner. Don't need that. That. But like the rest of this, I could just. And then for the there's sand. But I do think this should be good. Okay. There we go. And I'll summon some more of these back to protect me. But yeah, this should hopefully allow me to, like, get some real big roots in for some of these enemies we need to take care of. Because that's going to be one of the things we need to care about a lot. Because we're going to need to get a lot for the Devourer specifically. Oh, yeah. Because male Burmy turns into Mothim. That's why Burmy's on the flying type one. A lot of people seem to forget that male Burmese evolve into Mothim. I wonder why. Then again, Mothim is a pretty forgettable Pokemon for some people. Imagine forgetting, like, an important Pokemon. Low-key front. Exactly. But, like, the only reason I remember Mothim so well is because I have a set from when I was younger that I got after, like, Gen 3 era. And this kind of dates a bit of the stuff I actually used to really enjoy playing with. if you remember the giant, like, Pokeball terrarium ones that had, like, little toys of Pokemon in them that you could, like, place around, had hidden objects and stuff, and you press the ball and it opens up the terrarium in a multi-layered terrarium, basically, with the Pokemon. And it was a way to, like, have some Pokemon toys while also getting, like, some information about, like, the biome they're found in a form, and they were like different colors, like there's a blue, green, red. Like there's so many of those. I could probably find one of those and like post it on the Discord, like if you don't know what they are. I don't remember what they were called specifically, but I remember them so well, and I know I have them in my room somewhere, probably in one of the boxes, honestly. Because I'm one of those people who, in my room, to keep things stored, like, I have, like, those giant plastic, like, giant Tupperware things. Because, like, I find them to be very useful to have, like, okay, so this one has all my art stuff, this, like, basically, I use them as bulk storage for the stuff I have a lot of, i.e. Pokemon being one of them. I have a lot of Pokemon plushies too, which do add up. I will say that. They do add up. Damn. Definitely want the Clintaminator. Or Death. That works too. You know, I always forget the Cursed Hammer, Crimson Axe, and stuff aren't affected by lava. They're one of the few things you would actually expect to be affected by lava. Don't need those, but I will keep these. God, I meant to press Alt and I pressed the Windows key. Gonna be honest, I didn't expect the solar eclipse today, but you know what? Sometimes the world gives you things you need, and sometimes it doesn't. I mean, at least it ups the spawn rate for, like, our farm and whatnot, as we, like, start to clear this a bit. So, like, I can actually start clearing this a lot. There we go. Yeah, either way, we're gonna have to go through a lot of lava. Nope, there goes that guy. Damn. But yeah, as we make more space and stuff, we should make more places overall that these devourers can spawn, is my hope. Because it specifically is as long as there's no background walls that are safe. That are like behind you or anything. Just gonna do this real quick. There we go. I want to take out like good chunks of this stuff quite a bit. Create a scary Pokemon here. Your imitations increase one stat. Give a Pokemon any ability or move, and they can change. And if they can Mega or the Mega buff them. Ooh. So I would say, and does it have to be a Pokemon that exists or like create one? Because it depends. Because if it's increase one stat of like an existing Pokemon, I can think of one that would be terrifying. Because legit Pokemon. Now see, any ability or move So let me go over my favorite Pokemon here, Noivern. And I want to put its stats on screen if possible. So it has relatively good speed. Is it good? Yeah, it's all right, but it could do some stuff. And if I am allowed to like mess with its stats, then I have an idea with it that may or may not end well. So these are Noivern's stats. Oh, I'm not going passive. I'm talking about just outright, like, in-game. If we really want to buff this. Because Noivern gets access to a lot of moves in general. And as you can see, it has some good speed. But it gets access to Boom Burst naturally. Dragon Pulse on Evolution. Like, its move pool outside, like, it gets access to Moonlight for some reason. But its biggest thing is, like, the TMs it learns. It gets Hyper Voice, Psychic Noise. Like, so add Punk Rock on there. Or, if you really want to be scary, break the limitation for one stat, and let's say it has to stay same base stat total. I would say remove like 40 from the attack and put it on special attack for 20 and 20 more on speed. Give it Aerialate Boom Burst with the frickin' throat spray, because that's 140 base power flying type move that will never miss. I think that alone, an Aerialate with, and that's not counting Punk Rock. Like, if we went for Punk Rock, that would be something else. But that 140 base power gets affected by Aerialate, because normal types become flying type moves and receive a 20% power boost. So add that on top of the stab, you get a 50% and a 20% stat boost. And then when you mix those together, you get something that not only deals 140 base power, but then gets the stab and boost on top of it. And if you have Throat Spray, it also ups its special attack. Or if you use Sharp Beak, that's another like 30%, I believe Sharp Beak does, like 20-30%. Aerialate is underrated for in a lot of stuff over Punk Rock for Noivern, because Punk Rock does make sense with how many it learns. Like, Punk Rock would probably be the one to make it a little less dangerous. But Aerialate specifically would turn it into a monster. Because unlike with Punk Rock and sound moves being completely bodied by soundproof, with Aerialate, you get access to quite a lot of other stuff from Noivern's move pool. Because Noivern specifically has in its move pool quite a good set of non sound moves as well. Like, yeah, you get like its best special flying move in terms of like actual damage other than that would be Hurricane. But it also does get stuff like Hyper Beam and like Terra Blast, Super Fang. But imagine a hyper beam aerialate coming from a Noivern that has throat sprayed. There's no surviving that. Even if we didn't affect its stats. But if we did affect its stats, like, the only thing I would probably do is remove some from the attack stat. Because it doesn't have a lot of attacking moves, but one of them is literally just halves the HP. Dragon's Maw, Eternamax Eternatus with Mega Rayquaza Delta Stream version, but for dragon types. Honestly, I can see that. I'm just thinking more on how to make a normal Pokemon, like, actually, like, kind of scary. Because Aerialate really doesn't exist on many Pokemon. I think only Mega Salamence gets it. And we haven't seen it since. But it also shows how much of a threat, like, if Noivern had, like, access to just Aerialate alone, or even Punk Rock, it would still be a lot scarier. But Aerialate is truly a scary thing. There's a reason Mega Salamence was really good in its own regard, despite not having a lot of physical flying moves it used. And that's because of Aerialate. It had access to anything that it had normal type of, too. And being a special attacker, and, like, you could always have something for soundproof, for, like, when your Boom Burst doesn't work. Honestly, I feel like, if anything, the whole point of Fairy type was to nerf Dragon, because Dragon was a broken type in its own regard. And then Fairy came around and completely broke everything. Honestly, I personally think Bug should be super effective against Fairies. It would give more use to Bug type. And I feel like it would help. Because if they were to change the type chart at this point, it would need to, making a significant change would completely throw everything out the window. Like, just in general. But a smaller change isn't as, like, impossible. It would just need to be something that they would need to be willing to do and take the risk of. Like, Bug types being super effective to Fairy would not only give Bug types more of a use, but making them, like, have a few more things they resist could also be useful as well. Even adding some more high, like, BST Bug types as well. The closest thing we have to a Bug type legendary is Genesect. And Bug type Arceus. Those are the only two. Unless you count Ultra Beasts. But honestly, Lord knows what they are because they aren't classed as legendaries. They're just classed as Ultra Beast. So in reality, they could be... Because, like, it seems they're normal Pokemon in their worlds, too, so... Yeah, like... Because... Yeah, but one of the things is, I feel like Bugs should resist Fairy, because Bugs and Fairies normally got along. But... in a lot of folk tales, like, they usually got along really well and whatnot. But there were times that Fairies would turn people into Bugs, and then those people would then end the creature. So, like, or not even just Bugs, but, like, all sorts of things. But, I mean, it's not that far of a stretch for Pokemon, honestly. Especially with some of the stuff that they've used in the past, historically. It is far from a far stretch for Pokemon. But I know for, like, just some of them in general, we could get a lot of cool, like, bug type variants that have different interactions from that alone. And it would make bug at least have more of a use again. Because otherwise, it's a very unused type. And, like, it technically would mean that Scizor quad resists Fairy, but if we're gonna balance everything based off one Pokemon, it has to be, like, an actual, like, sizable threat. Urshifu. But even then, like, there's a lot that can easily make sense, but I doubt they would change it. Because part of their base that they do cater towards in general is also the competitive players. And we all saw what Fairy did to that. So them making a change like that is not as likely, sheerly because of how awful it went. Of course, that doesn't mean it's only going to turn out bad. It just means if they were to do something, it would need to be very... So, Urshifu's biggest threat is whenever it's legal. Because with Rapid Strike, it hits 3 hits that always crit. And it Surging Strikes, being a water type move, unless you have like Storm Drain or Water Absorb, it's not going to do much. And even though it has a base power of 25, add to the fact that it literally hits through Protect because of the ability Unseen Fist, which is the biggest issue with Urshifu. Because Unseen Fist hits through Protect, and basically there's just no point to defensive plays when there's an Urshifu on screen. All of Urshifu's physical moves hit through Protect, as long as they deal contact, and it's disgusting. And with its main tack doing that, because Surging Strikes on Multi-Strike is used more because it can also break Focus Sash, and it can deal upwards of Lord knows how many amounts of damage, especially with like Mystic Water or Splash Plate. But it's the ability. Like, it is the best example you can make for bad power creep in Pokemon. Because holy shit. Same thing with Calyrex. Because I don't know for sure, but I know Calyrex at least isn't affected by neutralizing gas. Actually, I'm going to look this up to make sure I'm right. Neutralizing gas. Because I know Calyrex isn't it, which neutralizes all abilities except Multi-Type, Zen Mode, Stance Change, Power Construct, Schooling, RKS System, Shield Down, Battle Bond, Comatose, Disguise, Gulp Missile, Ice Face, As One, or Terra Shift. So yeah, it can affect Unseen Fist, but it means you're having to bring a part of the Wheezing line in. And if you're going to bring that in, you're going to want to use it for yourself, but it also neutralizes most abilities. So it becomes even more of a risk. Like, yeah, it is one of the better examples of like bad power creep for Unseen Fist, but neutralizing gas is better in terms of good power creep, where it's like it has its downsides. Like Golden Go's ability, Good as Gold, is quite broken, but it comes with its downsides of like you can still get statused and whatnot from like the side effects of moves. So its biggest weakness is like Serene Grace as an ability. And like, yeah, but then you have Calyrex's, which is immune to neutralizing gas, and then completely immune to just the whole thing with the freaking powerful moves being like not 100% accurate or having a downside, and somehow hitting both targets. For both of them, it's honestly like terrifying how bad it is. Because it really severely hurts the metagame. Fluttermane's another example of bad power creep too, because it is so min-maxed to an extent that if they wanted to just up the stats for Misdreavus, it would have been different. But they min-maxed it to such an extent that it became a huge issue. And I feel like at this point especially, one of the things they need to do for like VGC is like what they did a few seasons back now, and like ban all types of legendaries and sub-legendaries and Paradox for a period of time. Because in all honesty, I think if they do that like mid-season as well, here and there, like midway through the normal seasons they go through, it would be healthy for the meta. So this is gonna sound weird. The doggo with the shield got better after getting nerfed. Zamazenta got better after getting nerfed. Unironically. It is one of the only Pokemon that can say that. So back in Sword and Shield, Zacian and Zamazenta's abilities, Dauntless Shield and the Dauntless Sword, I believe it is, for Zacian, activated every time it entered the battlefield. But that got changed in Scarlet and Violet. In Scarlet and Violet, it's only the first time they enter the battlefield, not every time anymore. So it means that now they don't get that buff every single time, and it makes a difference. A lot more than you'd think. But because of that, it means... Ooh, got a lot of extra stuff. But because of that, it means Pokemon, just in general, was like, okay, Zacian is a problem, and we need to nerf it. And being its partner, Intrepid Sword, thank you. And with Zacian being such a big problem, they nerfed it. But in the process of Scarlet and Violet, they also decided to give Zamazenta the tool it was missing, Body Press. Body Press goes based off your defense stat, but also it got access to Heavy Slam. Zamazenta is, in its crowned form, is one of the heaviest Pokemon in the game. And it's based on how heavy you are compared to other Pokemon. And being Stab means it's useful. Body Press is Stab as well. So that's a Stab Body Press coming off a +1 defense when it's in that can't be affected by Intimidate. And Zamazenta, I need to look at its defense stat to make doubly sure, because I'm quite sure it's like brokenly high. Yeah, it's 115. And it also lost a bit in its attack stat, which honestly, when its defense is its main use for attack, but even then, it gets access to stuff like knockoff and iron defense. And you got yourself a like bulky like Pokemon that can be nerfed a bit by ghost types, but becomes an actual threat because of that defense stat and the heaviness that it has compared to other Pokemon. But also, it just shows how much a move pool can also affect a Pokemon. because that was the one thing Zamazenta needed for it to become good. So by unironically, by nerfing it so it's the first time it enters the battle for its defense, while upping both it and Zacian's movesets, it actually made it way better than Zacian. Because now Zacian can easily get countered by Intimidate. If only... And the only nerf they ever did to Urshifu was make Wicked Blow, the single strike version, a little bit weaker. That's the only nerf they ever did to Urshifu so far. Haven't done anything about Calyrex, despite being competitive menaces. Like, one Pokemon that is an example of broken and competitive sheerly due to good. Yeah, that's the only nerf they made to Urshifu. Between Scarlet and Violet and Sword and Shield. They just reduced the base power of Wicked Blow. It's just like, here, we fixed the problem. That wasn't the... But Single Strike wasn't the issue. It was the ability and multi-strike. It's like... You solved the wrong issue. Yet somehow Single Strike is used a bit more now, surely because it's one of the few good counters for some of the newer Pokemon. But it's also like, why? Like, it just felt really odd. Like, an example of good power creep is Incineroar. Its hidden abilities Intimidate, it gets access to all sorts of support moves. And otherwise, it's an alright Pokemon in normal gameplay. But in the 2v2 VGC, it's amazing as, like, a semi-bulky, like, wall breaking possibility, but also able to stop a sweep in some cases with access to things like Fake Out and Knockoff. As well as Parting Shot, which honestly is insanely good, being able to lower both attack and special attack and switch you out. It makes it a great Pokemon to just use as a support. And there are other starters that really thrived in certain types of competitive, like Blaziken thrived so much when it got speed boost. Like, Blaziken used to be a huge threat for like a small bit of time. Venusaur has always had a presence in VGC to some extent. The only time Charizard actually became anywhat of a threat was the Weather Wars of Gen 6 and 7. Because Gen 6 and 7 were like weather and terrain wars kind of started. Now the most common type of terrain to see in VGC is between grassy and psychic. At least from what I've seen. Until Miraidon started getting used more, then you start seeing a lot more electric. Like, until Miraidon came around, those were the two that were used. And then electric started becoming big as well. Because now you see a lot more sun and electric terrain with the Paradox Pokemon back again. Because it's like, it helps. But electric terrain was not always set up early on because it was like too risky, unlike sun. Because the only electric terrain setter that auto did it in general was Miraidon and Pincurchin, which I don't think anyone wants to try Pincurchin. The weakest Mega. Now that one is a bit harder of a answer because it, in different regards, some of them were a lot stronger than you'd think, but some of them were a lot weaker than you'd think. But Beedrill still had its uses because Mega Beedrill was great with adaptability U-turn. Like, it had its niches. And mind you, this is also the, like, I left the VGC scene a lot after Megas were introduced. But I believe it would be Mega Charizard X is definitely up there as like one of the least used, because Charizard Y got Drought and overall used its much more useful and like open special attack, where it could get off solar beams with no recharged no like charge turn because of the Drought ability. So Mega Charizard X really fell to the wayside. Mega Blastoise wasn't really used a lot either. Just because it wasn't the best. I mean, it was all right, and it had, like, some use. All of the Megas had some use at some point. Like, Mega Mawile had, like, specific uses, but wasn't used a lot. Mega Kangaskhan was a monster on the field and became a huge threat to such an extent people had to make teams against it. Mega Rayquaza actually wasn't that good of a mega compared to some of the other megas that were used, just because of like the constant weather wars of Groudon and Kyogre. People would rather have a Groudon or Kyogre instead, because I believe it was still one legendary at the time for your restricted. So mix that with the fact that people'd rather use those, it's like, well, damn, why would I want to actually do this? And it's how we got to the point where it's like, oh. Because, yeah, now it's not even used a bit. It's very, like, specific. Like, I do like it, though. Like, that's one of the things with Pokemon in a nutshell. Like, there were some megas that were way more useful than you'd think. Pinsir was another one that wasn't used a lot, thinking about it. Yeah, Mega Rayquaza was not as good as you'd think. It was usually outclassed by Primal Kyogre and Groudon in a lot of cases, because they'd rather have a powerhouse and oh shit, ads. I'm gonna wait till the ads are up so everyone can hear what I'm talking about. It's always like midway through when I'm speaking about something. This time I actually have my Twitch dashboard open on stream and actually can see when they go off. It's one of the few times I actually have it open, because it's like Terraria streams are one of the few where I actually get to read chat a lot more than like overall. So I got very used to that. Because I think that's one of the more fun parts about actually doing these types of things for me, is I get to interact more with chat whenever they are speaking and whatnot. That's what makes it fun. But even then, I did like reading a bit of the Great God Pan nonetheless, because it was a good book, and I did end up finishing it like on my own, because I know it was kind of like mixed for how people felt about it. I mean, I could definitely bring it back one day in some other form with like a different book or whatever, but that just depends. Need to hydrate. I was actually given a new D20 by my dad. It has like a little shield on it. It's really cute. It's glittery and stuff. Of course, I rolled a 4. Oh my god, please don't. I just rolled 2 4s and a 3. And a 12. I know what it feels like for the ads that feel long. Don't worry. You know, that actually is something I've been meaning to do. I just haven't gotten the time to like fully do it, because usually before streams, when I have that countdown, is me setting up like stuff. But one of the things I've been meaning to set up is like the chat in the background. I just need to figure out how the widget works, and then I can set it up. I just need to go into Stream Elements one of these days and just focus on that. Welcome back. I'm gonna wait till everyone's back from ad break, because I know it takes exactly 3 minutes 30 at most, because that is the low, because sometimes they will go 30 seconds over. Oh yeah, third ad, I can definitely see that, because like I can set my ad time, but it's with a 30-second difference on either side usually. And honestly, all the ad revenue I've made is not as much as you'd think, but also 45 seconds? I've noticed a 30-second difference for the most part. There probably is a bit extra, but that's like what I've noticed for the most part. But even then, with the ads, it's like, the only reason I do them the time set I do with the certain period is just so people don't have to see them when they come in every single time for Twitch. Because, like, if I really cared about making loads of money off ads, I'd just make, like, loads of ads throughout the stream. But I don't really care about that. Like, the ad revenue I do make, I just put back into, like, getting stuff for stream. Like, if I were to make enough off of this to get it, I would probably get a Switch 2 when it comes out. I mean, I already was thinking about getting one in the first place for, like, personal use. And just for streams in general, I think it could be fun, just because it would allow me to play a lot of games. But back to the topic at hand, because the ad should be all done for everyone now. So the reason Mega Rayquaza wasn't as good is because it not only burned your Mega, but it also meant you had your only restricted Pokemon. And in a Gen 6, that was dominated by Xerneas, the Fairy type, which its Delta Stream did not help resist. Pokemon like Kyogre and Groudon, who got their primal forms without Mega Evolving and allowed for a lot more versatility and just overall, like, ability, started to become more important than Mega Rayquaza. So Mega Rayquaza had its niche, but it was nowhere near as popular as stuff like Kangaskhan, Salamence, the Primal, Groudon Kyogres. And that's part of what led to what was called the Weather Wars. Back in the Weather Wars! And, like, I've been very much out of the VGC scene for years. And, like, I peek in here every now and again. I was never that good at VGC comparatively. Like, I'm no master at it. And I've lost my touch over the years at this point, where I'm just like, I couldn't care less about Pokemon battles. I just like doing them. Like, if I wanted to strategically think about a Pokemon battle and then spend, like, frickin' 200 some odd hours to make the perfect team, I'd do that. Because back when I played was before they had stuff like Nature Mints and whatnot. So you had to grind it all. There was no, like, you just had to breed or grind for it. So, another Pokemon that's not used as much that surprises some people is, it's usually Pokemon that surprise people because you wouldn't expect them to be useful. But, like, Hydreigon had its uses in, like, Gen 5. Zoroark is one that you would think people would use because of its ability, but because it preemptively got nerfed due to the team sheet thing in battles, it just became completely useless for, like, tricking people for the most part. It also nerfed Pokemon like Aerodactyl, who were, like, really good as, like, stealth rock setters. But One that is surprisingly not used as much as Shedinja. Um, its biggest thing it's used for is to counter Kyogre. But otherwise, it's not really that used because it's just not worth it. So, like, if Kyogre is a huge issue, like it was in Sword and Shield, then you'll start seeing Shedinja pop up. Otherwise, it's very much quiet on that part. Which is just the truth of the matter. Like, sometimes it just is gonna be quiet. I mean, I like Shedinja. I really do. Oh my god, we got a corrupt key. But Shedinja is just not that good overall in a lot of cases. And that's its biggest flaw. But yeah, I think Shedinja's good, just not very used because of that. One that is surprisingly good is the I believe it's 2016. It was either 2014 or 2016. I think it was 2016. Was the one where Pachirisu won Worlds. Because it was like it did like the most perfect counters at the time as a support mon. And I remember it was like this really difficult thing. And the only two that had made it were people who to the final two were people who had made it. Yeah, Pachirisu was surprisingly good. One that was found to be really good in Scarvy, and I believe it was... I'm trying to remember who exactly started using it like it. I know the most famous example was Wolfie, with using Farigiraf, and its Armor Tail ability in doubles. Just overall, like, it's really good, but only when the rest of the competition is amazing. Things like Urshifu and Chien Pao, Pokemon that you might see run Sucker Punch, basically, that are like legendaries or other priority. But not only that, but because of that being making them immune to priority, if you switch in on a turn, it means that it just wastes their turn if they went for priority. So it becomes a like back threat constantly. Another one that's also kind of interesting, Indeedee is surprisingly useful. And Murkrow was like really big during the beginning of Scarvy as a prankster tailwind setter. Not Honchkrow, but Murkrow. Like, Eviolite Murkrow was one of the things you would see. And I just find that really cool. That of all Pokemon, one of the ones you'd least expect is Murkrow. Yet it turned out to be one of the, like, pivotal things early on. Because it was actually really good. Indeedee, like, specifically the female Indeedee form, with its hidden ability Psychic Surge, was very important as well. Of all the Kanto starters, Venusaur has always been the best in terms of VGC as well. Especially with its Mega, because its Mega became a bulky monster, because it no longer was weak to fire or ice, because it would get thick fat. So two of its weaknesses just got completely neutralized by thick fat, making its like big weaknesses, flying and ground, was neutral because of grass. Bug was neutral because of poison. Psychic was super effective, but of course, psychics are everywhere. But like removing fire and ice, two of the most common like secondary things you would see for a Pokemon on like their coverage moveset, I think that says a lot. But not only with that, but it just made it really good. One thing that is funny is if Blissey could actually, if you could gain like an ability or nature that upped your HP stat. We don't really have any abilities for it in normal Pokemon, but I know some have added it in like in fan games. But if you could have a nature that raises or lowers HP, Blissey's HP stat is high enough that it would cause its HP just to go right down to 1 if you used if you maxed out its IVs and whatnot and its EVs into HP with an HP up nature, it would actually break the stat limit, which is how Iron Bundle was able to break the game to a point where it could outspeed in and out of Trick Room. It could, and I'll say this again, it could outspeed in Trick Room because it got the perfect amount of stats to break the game that not even Regieleki could do. Like, the biggest issue with Regieleki is, even though it had such good speed stat, it still didn't like break Trick Room to the extent that Iron Bundle did, which is insane. And Regieleki was always more of a support Pokemon either way, but giving it to an attacker, yeah, there was a point Regieleki could, but it was fixed. Same thing with the Iron Bundle one, but the Iron Bundle one was was one of those situations where it's like the previous fix unironically broke it for Iron Bundle in the next game, which is kind of funny. It's honestly both funny and terrifying that there are Pokemon that are that fast. It's the same thing with like super like Bulkymon and whatnot. Like some of them are just going to be extremely strong. That's just kind of an inevitability. 14 of 25. One more Crimson Mimic to go. Oh, wow, I didn't even have to use a Blood Moon thing. Blood Moon just auto-rose. Nice. Like, there's points that it did happen. Almost 100%. I just find it really damn funny, though, that of all the Pokemon, it's Iron Bundle. One of, like, it's literally just a future Delibird, yet it absolutely destroyed like the meta at the time, because Iron Bundle is not only water ice type, but it gets access to freeze dry, which is normally used to counter water ice types, is specifically other water types because of the resistance to both types. But when you get a super effective move against them, it's not fun for them. There's a lot of weird interactions as well that kind of fall into there, but yeah, Iron Bundle's the one that, as I have described it before, does the little boing thing like a freaking bobblehead mixed with a Jack-in-the-Box. I think that's the best way to explain it. It's a bobblehead Jack-in-the-Box mix. Let's just hope we can get all the Devourers. Like the time String Shot was banned. I still think that's hilarious to me. I mean, even then, Smogon banning something is different than, like, VGC banning it, because Smogon isn't the official stuff. But it's just funny to me, like, how much of the official stuff has gotten crazy. Like, one of the things I really liked about the more recent Scarvy one is we got to see Scovillain used when the legendaries were banned and the sub legendaries. Yeah, the only time something has been banned is if it straight up breaks the game, usually in VGC, or if it's like a restricted Pokemon or sub legendary. And the only other case is the first tournament set of the game that it's for is only with Pokemon from that dex. Normally. Scarlet and Violet broke that tradition and completely ruined the meta that was starting, and just like everyone basically had to reset like midway through the season. It was like a huge issue that like caused a lot of drama because of how many people were like, oh my god, my team is completely useless now. Because the Paradox Pokemon started coming in and whatnot, and you started seeing Land DT. Like, yikes. Because personally, I think there should be a bigger restriction on sub-legendaries, personally, but that's more of, I like seeing the creativity people do with the new Pokemon and like the overall Pokemon and not just legends. How do ancient and future legendaries do the trios and box art? I mean, the box arts are basically normal Pokemon that were basically just the normal Pokemon that are Paradox versions of Cyclizar. It's just a normal Pokemon that has no evolution normally. And for the trios, I mean, they're literally called Paradox Pokemon for a reason. But also, with some of the stuff that's mentioned about Terapagos, not only can affect time, but also space. And it's not that far-fetched to believe it can go into other dimensions as well and allow for like dimensional travel to bring stuff like that back. Because if you look at like Terapagos, and this is kind of a spoiler for the end of the Indigo Disc and whatnot, so I'm warning you now, but like when Sada slash Turo gets brought to the Kitakami Lake, it's like it kind of shows that Terapagos brought them through time and space, because not only did they end up in a different region, but a different time. And it's not impossible to see that happening, especially when you think about the fact that if it is a time loop, that means another dimension is created each time that causes that previous time loop to keep existing, which creates a full-on paradox of an endless, just same thing happening on repeat. Like, that's how it kind of works. Though I am not a professional, so take that with a grain of salt. I mean, either way, though, it's like, it makes sense when you look at the fact they're all the Paradox Pokemon. They're meant to be paradoxes, because if we're talking about, like, for example, Sandy Shocks, do you want to know what's funny about Sandy Shocks? Let me bring up a picture of Sandy Shocks real quick. Because Sandy Shocks has a specific thing about it that a lot of people overlooked that I saw. Not everyone, but quite a good few did overlook this. Oh my god, that is a huge image. What is with the... Oh my gosh. I'm trying to get the image up, but my freaking... Ah. There we go. I want... Wow, it's actually, like, invisible. So I want you to look at that, and I want you to tell me what seems off about it, because I'm curious. So the thing about Sandy Shocks is if you look at the like hair it has, don't tell you. Like Sandy Shocks just looks really weird in general. I'm gonna let you think about it for a sec there. But just in general, you think you got it? Well, I wish you luck if so. Do tell what you if you think if you see if you got it or not. Because it's a very specific thing that's like only reason I know is because I'm a nerd. I know, crazy. Streamer here is a nerd. Someone who streams games is a nerd. Crazy. But like Sandy Shocks is like one of the best examples of a paradox. You notice something off with the main head. That's kind of something they did with all of them. But remember how it mentions it's a prehistoric ancient past Pokemon? Do you want to know? So the hair-like follicles would be from steel processing because that's what's used in stuff like the do any of you remember those magnet toys? The what are they called? Woolly Willy. If any of you remember Woolly Willies, I can put a picture of it on stream as well. See if you can remember it. Where is the image? There it is. So if any of you remember this, those shavings didn't exist until the 1800s BC. Like, I'm not BC. Freaking like, even I think it was like 80 or BC. Yeah, like 1800s. I know that. Don't know. Freaking looking at the wrong crap sometimes. But like, it was used with the magnetic stuff because that stuff was created in. So the first razor, for example, was back in the 1600s. But then you have all of the stuff from like steel shavings, the like steel parts, and like iron, the swarf and whatnot. That stuff comes from like iron machines. Now see, I was thinking of looking at the four circles. But yeah, it's like the hair things on the ends of the magnets and stuff. That stuff comes from processing of like metals. Which if it's from ancient past, it can't be that ancient. And I think that's like an interesting little thing. And it was AD. I just freaking brain. Me looking at all sorts of stuff and just freaking my own damn. There are days my dyslexia sucks and days that it doesn't. But sometimes it's worse than others. Like, God bless it. Because I don't know why I read BC. My brain just read that, apparently. But yeah, that like they're all paradoxes in that regard. Like, for something to exist that long ago, especially, like, there is not a high chance it would look the same. But also, not a high chance it would look that similar. The future paradox Pokemon all being robots feels kind of weird in general. But it also could very well just be from a future of another dimension where Pokemon are just robots. So it's like one of those things of, it's very possible that these are from the past or future of other dimensions. Because we've seen like 100 years into the past when it comes to stuff like Legends Arceus, like at least 100 years into the past. And we saw how some of them looked, but you'll also gotta wonder of like, none of them can breed or evolve. And if it's from another dimension and stuff, it's very possible what it had normally, it just doesn't exist anymore. Like, that's also a possibility. Honestly, I think that's the cool part about it. Like, so much of the stuff you would expect to be, like, really big and important and, like, completely change everything is sometimes completely different. Like, a lot of people focused more on, like, why it was walking on its magnets and whatnot for Sandy Shocks compared to the fact it had the frickin' shavings and whatnot. For Screamtail, they were more focused on the tail and whatnot. Like, cool. Screamtail's probably one of the few examples that, like, is very hard to tell about Paradox. A lot of people talked about how they were all robots and it was not creative for the future ones. It's very possible that the reason they're all robots is because they all come from similar or the same dimension or timeline. Because when a timeline splits, it technically becomes another dimension in its own regard. Even if it's big or not. Like, when I chose this morning to make myself, like, breakfast, there's another where I didn't make breakfast and just ate a protein bar. There's another where I just chose not to drink milk, but decided to drink water. There's also another where I got, like, I just happened to choose to go to the one place that, like, gets me sick or something. Like, there's all sorts of choices that split out into the web of timelines. But I think it's, like, really interesting to look at it like that, because how I kind of look at timelines in, like, games and media is I don't look at them the same. I look at them like a spider web. So, like, it's a web of just timelines that have, like, small decisions, small bits that will sometimes fracture off, like, significantly. But there's always those main points that some of those come back to. And the decisions that come from that slowly come off of those big decision points into smaller ones, bigger ones, different size. Exactly, like there's one where I never decided to come back and try this hobby out again, where I didn't listen to my therapist to try this as like a possible hobby. And you know what? It be that way sometimes where it's like, yeah. I mean, now it's like, I enjoy doing this and I'm glad I did it. But there's a universe where I didn't. There's a universe where I somehow freaking ended up like in a completely different like place religiously, completely different place like mentally. Like it's the same thing for everyone. Because every decision has its own outcome. Like, it also just falls on the thing of like, in some cases, some decisions are just going to lead to the same outcome, but others aren't. And it's going to make a difference either way. So, like, yeah. Infinite possibilities, infinite timelines. Exactly. Because, like, I think no matter what, like, in a timeline, there's always an inevitable end to a timeline. but like but my thoughts is like each choice can work towards changing the outcome of that timeline in most cases, especially for those big points that affect more than you'd realize. Like something as simple as, like, let's take the butterfly effect for example. Like something as simple as just saving a butterfly one day or like stepping on a butterfly could change the world completely, like natural disasters and whatnot. And I will say, one of my favorite shows did time travel in a great way, where they wanted to not like cause that type of effect. They ended up doing so, is what they thought, but in reality it had already happened, and it was meant to happen for their timeline to continue. Like, I find that cool. And like the only reason it wasn't a bigger thing due to its abilities is because it was like naturally invisible to the naked eye. And like would like I find that stuff cool, where it's like, I think Owl House did great with theirs specifically. Like when incorporating a bit of the time stuff with it. Another one that did really good that I can think of, Doctor Who does all right with it. I mean, its whole thing is time and space. Like, if you move a rock, a whole city wouldn't. Yeah, like, it's very possible for that. And I think it's interesting because it's very possible that the timeline we live in, let's say time travel did exist, it's very possible the timeline we exist in is one where time travelers have done every possible option they can to, like, mitigate the harm it causes. Like, that's always a freaking possibility, which is even more terrifying when you think about that it mitigated the overall harm, like, in the long term. Which, I think that makes time more terrifying if you think about it like that. But also, I like the thought that, like, certain things are, like, gonna be set in stone no matter what, whether we like it or not. Some things will always happen, and whether they are big or not completely depends on, like, how it's done and what happens. Because, like, I use that as a story device for my D&D campaign. Like, it's been a great way to have a story device that works well overall, but also allows for more freedom for the players. Because it also means they can choose their own destiny a lot easier, but there's not much holding them back in the long run, which allows them to actually, like, choose to do more and affect things. But there's always going to be those main events, like dealing with the BBEG, or dealing with the person who set the plan into motion, who killed Mara's family. Dealing with specific members that want them dead, or dealing with specific groups. Like, those are always inevitabilities. Oh yeah, like, that's possible too. Like, there is so many possible things in history. Because, like, one of the things that interests me about World War II is there was, like, an entire discussion between, like, historians. I don't know if it ever got to a full, like, conclusion that during World War II, if war wasn't declared, it's very possible that Germany wouldn't have gone for every single other territory, because they were only going for, like, the original parts of like Germany and whatnot. But of course, things changed as war was declared and whatnot. It's not like a confirmed, oh, it wouldn't have happened, but it's a theory that that's possible as well. Though there's never a guarantee. But it is an interesting theory because, yeah, every action has a consequence. And stuff like that is very much still a consequence. That's for sure. But it makes me really curious what else exists in that kind of like group of overall history that might have been completely different if like someone did something different. Like the Library of Alexandria getting burned down was by complete accident when they were basically, if I remember correctly, they were basically burning the boats of their enemies. If they had decided to not burn the boats and just dismantle them and use them for parts, then that wouldn't have burned down. At least not to that. Like, it just shows how even a small thing like choosing whether or not how you get rid of a freaking simple warship or boat can have a complete impact. Like the Titanic, for example, and the multiple things that weakened its hull before it actually went out to sea, despite not being good to go out to sea. Because if I remember correctly, and I'm not 100%, I'd have to double check, related to it, I'm quite sure there were like multiple fires that weakened the hull. But like, even then, for example, let's take a more recent event in history. Like, decisions make complete differences, but also like the understanding of certain things. Like, if one day someone decided not to do something, like, we'll use something more recent that I've done. Like, if I decided I wanted to quit D&D, which I would never, but if I did, it would have an entirely different impact on not just myself, but also my group of friends and, in general, a lot of people. But also, it would also impact the streams. It would impact the people the streams go to. It would impact my family as well, because I have spent time with them talking about that. It would impact a lot of things. All if I just decided to drop one small thing. And that's not even a purposeful thing. That just kind of would happen. All if I gave up a simple game. As, like, stopping playing D&D in general. And not, like, enjoying it like I do now. Even, like, writing stuff down for me. I write stuff down to remember. It helps me remember. Because my memory is not the best all the time. I get distracted easily. I have moments where I'm like, ooh, squirrel. Literally. Like, I have had moments where I literally am like, ooh, squirrel. Like, I am one of those types of people. But even then, there are some things that just don't affect much. Like, for example, when I got my autism diagnosis, for me, that changed nothing. For my family, like, for some of them, it was like, that didn't change anything. For some of my friends, it was like, yeah, I kind of expected that. Or, oh, cool. Anyways. But then you get examples like my mom, who felt bad that she didn't do more for me when I was younger. Or my grandma, who just, oh my god, I had to tell her not to. Wanted to help me with, like, focus stuff, and it's like, you realize I've been doing this for my entire life. Just not told. Like, stuff like that. Like, and I think that's interesting how much even a simple, like, knowing a bit more can change. Because it's the same thing with viewpoints. Because, like, historically speaking, like, if the US, Russia, and the Ukraine hadn't signed the one treaty back after the collapse of the Soviet Union, Ukraine would have been the third largest holder of nuclear weapons in the world, which is honestly terrifying. But it also says a lot about how many there were. Another example, let's look at even a basic talk. Because there was a whole point back in God, like, let's use 2020 for example, talking about COVID. Like, there were just some people who did not want to wear masks. Yeah, there were some people who couldn't for one reason or another, but some people didn't want to wear a mask because of one reason or another as well. And, like, just that small decision made a huge difference, and lockdown was prolonged for a lot longer than it probably should have, but like, even small decisions, that's one of those things that just really boggles your mind when you look at it more, because it's like, these are things that, in the grand scheme of things, of like the universe as a whole, probably don't mean as much as like other things like the death of a star. But in terms of time as a whole, still makes this huge difference for like creatures like us. I mean, it's very likely that if humans died out, octopus or dolphins would probably take over as the most intelligent species. It's not like a crazy idea, but it's also like, if in an infinitely expanding universe, there are infinite possibilities, meaning there are infinite versions of us that do different things, have different abilities, different properties, different colors, different eye types, different shapes, sizes. And it also means there's going to be an infinite amount of those that are exactly the same, if not just a small bit different. Like, stuff like that is just really interesting, because you can put it together with a lot of stuff and it completely changes the outcome. I just find it really cool. Where are we on Devourers? 20? We only need 5 more. Hell yeah. God, we have so many souls a night. The great part about the Crimson one is we just need to replace the corruption in this area with Crimson, and then we're golden. Also, I just realized I totally forgot a Blood Moon, meaning we've had lower spawn rates. But even then, I definitely want to see more, like, shows and, like, types of games and whatnot actually do more the premise of time, like, having its own effects, of even the smallest things were like set in stone because it all happened before. Like, I love when games and shows do that and do it in a good way, because I think it adds a lot. I definitely will say one of the things I've been debating doing recently is seeing about making it so I can play Plants vs. Zombies 2 on my PC for a stream. Because the last time I played Plants vs. Zombies 2 was after the far future was added. And I have no idea what's changed. And that could be a fun little thing to try. Watch it be like I imagine it's probably a completely different game than what I remember. Like, God, Because the things I remember were color matching, because I believe Plants vs. Zombies 2 is like 10 years old now, if not older. But I remember the far future, coming out. I remember the sun bomb levels and the power tiles. I remember the Wild West and the little moving carts. But the reason I started thinking about it again is because in my brain I started hearing the Wild West theme again, and I'm like, I don't know why I'm hearing this. And the only reason I knew it was that is because it's like my brain just remembered, oh yeah, it's the Wild West theme. And I'm like, I wonder whatever happened to that game. And I just haven't fully looked into it yet. Because the Wild West theme is just really good. There was Pirate Seas, which I don't remember much about, in all honesty. The only thing I really remember about Ancient Egypt, though, which was I believe that was the first world. I believe it, because you could choose, because I remember you could unlock the worlds in any order you wanted, but you always started with Ancient Egypt. Like, that's what I remember, at least. But I remember an Ancient Egypt level, and I'm curious if if they ever did more with it. And it was one where they had these like camel zombies in quotations. They were the Plants for zombies walking, holding these tablets with like 3 parts of a camel, and you would click them with your finger, and it would flip them over, and it was just a match game with moving tiles that, if they got to the end, would kill you. And I remember it being a really fun level. And, like, it would send out a horde of them that you had to do, like, really quickly. And sometimes it would send out, like, one by itself that didn't have any matches that would get about, like, halfway before the one that had its matches came out. Just to add a bit of that suspense. Like, I remember it being really funny, but also really cool. I also remember, like, a few of the plants. Like, I remember Bloomerang, which was, like, this little, it was, like, a little flower with boomerangs for petals. I remember that very well. I remember there being, an insta-freeze for zombies that got on it. I don't remember its name. I just remember it being small, tiny, with, like, black eyes and whatnot, and, like, being blue. Like, it was very ice-based and would freeze the zombies. D&D party containing a Victorian gentleman thief, old westerner, disgraced former samurai, elderly French pirate is 100% historically plausible. Oh, yeah. Like, it's honestly crazy, like, how many things are historically plausible without people realizing. Like, it's very plausible for a pilgrim to exist at the same time as so many other things as well. Like, that's just the cool part about history, but it also says a lot about how little time in history actually has changed. Because it's like, oh yes, this specific thing from history wasn't that long ago. Like, the civil rights movement isn't even 100 years old, if I remember correctly. Like, World War II and the Great Depression aren't even 100 years old yet. Like, it's crazy when you look at that. Like, with World War II and the Great Depression, it's like, those two specifically, like, did not end 100 years ago, even 100 years ago. Like, it was less than that. It really just puts into perspective, like, how little time it's been, but how long it feels. Like, 9/11, for example, happened 23 years ago. 23 years ago, basically. Almost 24. Because we're in 2025. And it really makes you realize how old some of the stuff is, but also how close it is. Yeah, it's already been at least 23 years, almost 24, since 9/11. Like, it's crazy because a lot of stuff is now getting to that point where it's, oh dear God, it's how old now? But that's also what other generations have had to experience. That's an inevitability. Like 20 plus years from now, they're going to be talking about COVID in like the history books or something. Because yeah, it was a major plague. That's why we have stuff like this freaking, like, for example, the Spanish Inquisition. It's believed that due to them killing cats during it, it caused the bubonic plague to be worse for them. It's not like 100% for sure, but that's what's believed at least. But even then, it hasn't even been 1,000 years since steel was first manufactured. Hell, it hasn't even been 1,000 years since frickin' Columbus came and pillaged the Americas and did awful things to the natives. Christopher Columbus is a horrible person, like, historically speaking. Like, I know very well that, like, one of the things is, oh, he sailed the ocean blue. 1492, he was a finder of new lands. He was also someone who raped and pillaged a lot and killed a lot of people. He was no saint, that is for sure. But it's a great example of, like, some of these people from history were not good. Like, a lot of them are just overall awful people. That's just how it was. It, like, you can say it's just how it was, etc. And, like, yeah, it is true. Doesn't make it right. I mean, like, because I remember that's kind of why I don't care about Columbus Day. That's why I've, like, ever since I knew that people referred to it as Indigenous People Day, that's when I started just using that instead. Doesn't look good too good on a resume. Exactly. And it's like, in reality, history is written by the winners. There's probably a lot of stuff in history that got not only erased by that, but also is entirely wrong due to that. Like, in the history books, you don't learn about some of the people like, you never really learn about, like, the people who created the modern technology we use now and, like, how important they were. Because, dear Lord. And then there's Hollywood, which just, Hollywood is a whole other thing. Going to Mexico, yellow filter. Freaking going to the UK, overly just, really just, why? Like, that's just how it is. That's just part of it. But it's also like, it's interesting to me how many, like, people had completely different attitudes than you'd think. Like Napoleon being short. Napoleon is not that short compared to, like, people now. Like, if I remember, he was like 5'4" or something. I'm actually gonna look that up real quick because I'm curious now. Napoleon's height. He was 5'2", but back then that would be 5'6.5". Because back then it was a completely different measurement, apparently. But even then, like, he's a normal height. He wasn't short. Which honestly is kind of funny. He also was a really horrible person, too, but that's a whole other thing. I just find it really interesting because there's a lot of stuff like that that's just really specific. Like, some of it taken out of context to such extents as well. One of the things I find really interesting is I believe it, I'm trying to remember what it was called. I think it was the Sinbad story. Was like the first written thing in the world. It was like a story about like a person. It is like the oldest living record we have of writing, specifically in like a language. But even then, art can be a bit different as well. But it is interesting to think about that our version of ancient Egypt had their own version of ancient Egypt still. Like, it's very possible to actually have all of that type of stuff. And honestly, I find it's cool. I find it really cool. I mean, you have so many things with like history in general. Like, it really does open your eyes to like, holy crap. Like, history has always been fucked up. That's just history. If you can't accept the bad of history, then you can't learn from it. That's how I look at it. Because history is not perfect. It's not going to be. It's messy, it's dirty, it's grody and gory. And a lot of people got hurt in history. That's just part of it. But it's also interesting the amount of things in history that like had a huge difference to what we do even now. Like, damn. Oh my god. Are you freaking serious? I'm trying to get rid of his, Did bro literally run just to Thank you. Bro literally ran just so he wouldn't fall. Wow. Never have I been more annoyed at a frickin' NPC. Okay. And then I can just go boom, boom, boom. There we go. And then I'll just summon a bunch more swords back. Okay. But yeah, like, history's fun. To me, at least. It's fun to learn about. How close are we on this Devourer hunt? One more. Come on. One more and we switch to Crimson. You know, we could replace this with ice as well. and like make this a snow biome. That could actually work. But don't we have an ice one like over here? It's not the best though. I mean, it's given me ideas, that's for sure. Come on, one devourer is all we need, baby. Da 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 da. I'm gonna give it a little space to spawn. I'm gonna be honest, I really do like the corruption theme. Like, whenever I get a call on my phone and I don't have it on silent, it is the corruption theme. Like, I am that much of a nerd. I mean, then again, whenever I get a call from my grandma, it's specifically Here Comes a Thought. My sister's is Ursa's theme from Fairy Tail. If you know that anime. It's the only anime I actually like watched and whatnot. We got the Devourer banner. I'm turning that off battle potion wise. Do 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 do. I am selling what I can. Pew, pew, boom. Ba-da-boop. Boop. Bo-do-bo-do-do. Bo-do-bo-do-bo. Boo-do-do-do-do. Okay. So now we need to go back, and we're going to use the rest of this. I need to change it to crimson. So I need this red solution. Look at that. We even got a freaking one of the banners we need. And oh, that tree just got destroyed. Wow. Wow. I can hear the wind outside my freaking window right now, just whoosh. Freaking crazy. So we need the Crimson Axe, and then like Blood Crawlers we'll have to get completely different place. Oh, there goes that guy. I always forget I can just place. And I'm gonna put a Floaty Gross and Ichor sticker banner and whatnot in some of these places. And I mean, at least we're also getting stuff for our Ichor potions and whatnot. So, boom. Boom. Yeah, because I do want to get some Crimson Torches for the extra luck boost. There we go. This could also be a great place to farm, like, the normal stuff, too. Okay, and then we'll go down a level. Do that. And that. Perfect. Because now we have everything from the corruption. We're going to need to kill a few more Crimson Axes. And then for the Blood Crawler, 3 more. I can get those on the surface, most likely. So let's kind of go over. We got the Devourer. I'm going to try to move to the middle for this. So we got a Devourer on this. So now we just need... We'll also need the Spore Zombie from the Surface Mushroom. So that shouldn't be too hard to get either. I have an idea to help me. I'm going over a second time to make sure I got enough space here. And boom. Purpling banner. It's all right. Can add that here. Okay, so we just need to get some of those axes. I can do that and that. And we just need to hope to get the rest of those. The rest of the 50. I mean, getting 19 isn't too bad. It's just going to be time consuming. But once we have all of these, we've completed all of the evil biomes, and we could technically purify our world if we wanted. And that might not be a bad idea. But we also need the Brain of Cthulhu and its trophy, so we can't purify it completely. Okay. And then Iker sticker. Perfect. Ah, yes. All sorts of whatnot. Honestly, we got a lot of random crap. Because we've gotten all the corruption ones we needed. Oh my god, we've been shreking through all of these. Like, jeez. Oh boy. Have we seen a single Crimson Axe? Oh, apparently so. It's died. So it's not like we haven't had one, so at least there's that. So that's a plus. Oh my lord. You can even tell when the frickin' song goes over and over again. I really think they need a better transition for that, but that's just me, I guess. You know what? That's a fair point. Thanks for the idea, Vaz. I actually completely forgot about that thing that exists. Oh my god, wrong. I always do that. I honestly forgot about it completely. Like, I don't know why I forgot. Just didn't cross my mind for once. Brick. And this should be close enough? Yeah. I'm gonna just make a bunch of lizard brick. That's gonna be more than enough. Bump and bump. Because I always forget the jungle biome boost. It's like the one boost I forget the most, I feel. And I think if I'm gonna do it anywhere, I need it to be in, like, a place that's, like, gonna help me. I know this limits spawns a little, but I think it's worth it in this case. Come on. I hope that's enough walls. Because that's all I can really do is hope. And we'll just go through. Because I know I couldn't do it for the Devourers because they don't spawn when you have safe walls. I don't think it's the same for the Crimson Axe. But I could be wrong. Jeez, look at all of this stuff. I will say, we definitely have more than enough coin. It's a shame I can't keep Chester can't keep up as well. Oh, more Floaty Gross and Ichor sticker. Just, whomp and whomp. But yeah, thank you for the idea. Oh my lord. Oh, I'm actually just kind of curious. 36. Only 14 more to go. I mean, definitely not as bad as the Devourers were. Oh my god, they were hell. The enchant, because once we get the enchanted object, once it turns day, alls we gotta do is just go to the Crimson and just be like, oh, blood crawlers, and then just kill 3 of them. That's easy. Alls it takes is a simple battle potion and you find 3. I will say, at least playing Summoner is good at clearing out all these enemies. I'm honestly, like, nervous about what's going to be added to the Bestiary in the next update, because we know very well there's going to be an achievement for it from the looks of it. And I wouldn't be surprised if they add more, especially with the update and, like, the possibilities. More types of stuff at the Bestiary isn't out of the cards. Especially seeing there are types of creatures that just don't exist in the Bestiary in general. Like, just random things specifically. Especially all the variants. I really wish the variants would fill each other out when killing each of the possible variants. But they take the same amount for each variant. So when you're doing stuff like the skeletons from the Halloween event, it becomes hell. And I'm putting that off as long as I can. You know what? I'm gonna do a bit of this. Because if I do this, like, 3 wide, just fix that real quick, because that'll annoy my OCD. And then I'll do it on the other side, just so we have a little extra jungle. Oh, there goes a Crimson Axe. Yeah, because I think... Yeah, accidentally went 4 out. I will need to go 3. Then we can go up. Back down. And boom. Nice. Let's see how even that is. Honestly, I probably don't need it to go up this far. Or down that far. Yeah, because I think this is more than enough. I think that should work. Dang it, it's another Ichor sticker. Oh, I did get a Crim Slime banner. I'll put a Herpling one here. And then on the way back, on the downside, I'll just place the Crim Slime one. Okay. There we go. Because I saw us kill one. Jeez, we had, I think we had more luck getting the cursed hammers over the Crimson Axes so far, weirdly enough. Okay. Just gotta be careful. Drink the next battle potion. How many do we have left? 3? Yeesh. Nope, there's 40. 10 more to go. Herpling. Archer. Another floaty gross. Okay. And I can put that here. God, I can only imagine how many banners we have in total, including extras. Because even I'm not 100% sure. Because I know what we don't have for entries. And what banners exist that we don't have as well. Like Pinky. I think we need like one more Pinky to finish it off or something like that. Krampus, the Present Mimic. Like a bunch of weird ones. And then, of course, we don't have the Plantera Trophy, Flying Dutchman Trophy, Betsy Trophy, or Brain of Cthulhu Trophy. But that's the side goal of getting every single banner and every single trophy. Honestly, as long as it doesn't take as long as it did for me with some of the bosses, I'm okay. Because we definitely need to kill more Betsy's, but it's a long process. It also sucks not having slept well at all last night. Because when you're doing a thing like this, going back and forth talking about random crap that comes to your mind, it's just your brain starts to fog and just go zzz for like the entire time. And when it isn't, it's like really random crap that you think of. Because I usually get sleep when I, like, for the most part, like, there are times where I just don't sleep well, or, like, I pull an all-nighter for work, but then there's times like this where I just didn't sleep well at all. Because, yeah, most of the time, I'm usually really well rested, and I just start, like, yawning because my soft palate hasn't been raised a lot. Which is always part of it, but yeah, I mean, I stream these in the morning, but for me, it's not really early in the morning. It's like midway through my day. I have a very weird schedule. I'm the only person of my IRL friend group that doesn't work graveyard shift other than one other person. But that's because she can't work. And it's just like, well, crap. I'm the only one who can work that works the opening shift type stuff. I mean, it's kind of expected when you have someone who's a nurse and someone who helps with, like, directing calls. Like, it's kind of expected. But even then, it's like, holy crap, the amount of people that go night shift. 5 more to go, baby. It is the AM, and I could use a solar tablet, but I don't want to waste the last one. Not on this, at least. Then we can kind of take a break from the farming side and just kind of breathe. Oh boy. Then we can sort these out as needed, and yay. God dang it, the Herpling and Ichor sticker had me thinking for a moment that was number 5 somehow. I was about to say, holy crap, I didn't realize we killed that many. No, it wasn't. It was 46 and 7. As well as 48 apparently died too. Wonder what happened to that one. Probably was off screen like most of them, but I mean, at least I am gonna have more than enough Ichor and Souls of Night. So that's a plus. Crim Slime banner. Just add it to the list. I think the most annoying part of all this is gonna be the part after. When we set up all the banners in the banner area. And what I'm probably gonna do is when we complete the first chest, like in a row, like, oh, this entire chest is completed, then we're going to add it as like a row of the banners going across like the top row, then the middle row, then the bottom row. Like, I think that's how I'm gonna probably do it. And like, then I'm gonna try and figure out, okay, this is how many we have left. And like, how I'm going to sort them to make them like even, because otherwise it will annoy my OCD beyond belief. And like, I could easily do all of them in like one simple place, not ordered or anything, but that's boring to me. I gotta keep them nice looking. Hell yeah, Crimson Axe. Ooh, that is a nice banner. Okay, let's head over to the Crimson. 3, 2, 1. 2, 1. I believe if we go down, yeah, the Crimson is down here. We should find like a blood crawler or something, hopefully. Oh, it's just not Crimson anymore. So it does count as it. Yeah, the chance of me finding one on the lower part of the world is not likely. Also, Jesus, the amount of stuff here. I definitely need... Because this is where we were farming for the Devourer originally. I like how it gets so bright when you leave. It's just like, ah yes, it's so bright and beautiful and there's totally nothing wrong. I just had a thought. Did I ever make a hollowed pylon? Mushroom, desert, forest, jungle, cavern, ocean, snow. I never made a hollowed pylon. I was always thinking to myself, huh, I feel like I'm missing something. Now I know why. I was missing the hollow, apparently. Okay. Ooh, strange plant. To find a blood crawler. Oh, well, there's one of 3. That's a blood jelly. We kind of just gotta hope with the grass and whatnot. Because I know it's a surface spawn as well. Plus, it also gives more merit for it. Come on. Because the desert is... eh. Me? Boink, boink, boink. Yeah, because that goes into the mushroom biome, which is next on the list. So it's not like completely ruled out, but boom, 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 boom. Okay, a lot of water, yeah. Because I know we came down here at a point. I just couldn't remember the extent. Come on. Alls I need is just a few more. See that slime. Heard that mimic. Nothing yet. Still not a 49. Crim slimes. Meteor head. Like, I know where they can spawn in general. It's just, are we gonna see one? That herpling just freaking, like, dove. Like, I'm gonna get it. And then just, like, could not finish the sentence. Oh, great. Rain. Yay. More things to the spawn table. Just what I need. Just what I need. And I definitely need to look for that spore zombie set. That guy is stuck. Okay. Well, I don't know where he went. Ooh, something got hit. Really? Not a single one? Like, you see them so often, you think. I'm still surprised I didn't finish it in pre-hard mode, because I thought I did, but I was wrong. And it's like, I guess we're here now. And it's not like I can really replace much with jungle here either. And boom. Well, there's a herpling down there. And a crim slime. Another herpling. Another crim slime. Oh, it was a blood feeder. I was like, wait a minute. I know that sound. Wasn't the right one, though. That's a shame. Okay, I can do this. You know what? I'm just gonna do 4. And then 4 here. Because, yeah, I just need to hope. Not think we'd be doing this. Definitely did not, so. Oh, wow, a herpling banner. How useful. And we can just do a bit of this. Yeah, that works. And boom. I just need to make a lot of space. Like, I still am, like, baffled I didn't have enough blood crawlers. Like, it's weird for me. Normally I have so many. And it definitely is a wake up for me of like, well, crap. But once we get this, we finish the Crimson entirely. Blood Moon is rising. Deathweed is blooming. And on nights like this, I probably should be farming for the Bride and Blood Squid. But Jesus. Come on, blood crawlers. Like, is it really that rare for a blood crawler to spawn now? I would have never thought it, but now I'm questioning my own sanity about it. Okay. What if I just do this and make a big area for them to go down as they see fit? And then we just do this. Perfect. Hopefully this helps. Another Crim Slime banner. Holy crap. It's a lot of blood jelly. Okay. There we go. Yeah. I'm like focusing in so I don't die, preferably. There we go. Please tell me there's at least one in all of those. No? God. Uh. Ugh. I guess we'll just hope. I don't know what else to really do other than just hope something spawns up here. I mean, like I said, if we have to, we have to, but I'd prefer not. Huh. Huh. I always forget that breaks sunflowers. Oh, now we get the blood crawler, like, instantly. Boo-doo, 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 boo-doo. I'm making sure that this does not spread again. There we go. Prefer this does not keep spreading. There we go. So for the bride, we still have enough time that I can do that, this, boom, 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 boom. God dang it, I accidentally pressed the Windows key instead of Alt. Okay, now we need to just hope the bride spawns. Oh my god, Chester. Chester chose violence against me today, apparently. But yeah, this is what we kind of need to do. We need to get the bride ASAP. She spawns in graveyard biomes rarely naturally, but with the blood moon, that should increase her chances a bit. So at least there's that. I mean, we do not have a lot left in the day, but it's better than nothing. We just gotta hope she spawns. That's all we can really do. Okay. Honestly, I don't even know where I'd put a hollowed pylon anymore. And just pure honesty, I just don't know. Maybe, like, not the shimmer. Maybe, like, down here under the dungeon. I mean, I don't know. Or, like, by the dungeon. I could build a mushroom thing. I don't know. Oh, I've killed 50 clowns. Shame we only needed 25 for the banner originally. Come on. Give me the thing. I don't think we're getting the bride. Because the bride, specifically her spawn conditions, is very specific. Pre-hard mode is when she first starts. Very rarely at any time in a graveyard. Acts as normal zombies. Does not have any variants. Needs only 10 kills. So question. Doesn't specify much. It just happens to spawn during the blood moon as well. But otherwise it's just a very rare enemy to find. That's all it really says. I was hoping it'd give me like a percentage or something, but nope. No dice. And boom. At least we got some cool stuff. We've killed a groom already, but not a bride. Jeez. I mean, we've killed more grooms than brides. I know that. Like, jeez. Yeah, we've almost killed... We have killed 2 times more grooms than we have brides. Like, bro. And they're both around the same rarity, if I remember correctly, too. Which is really awkward. Okay, bum, 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 bum. And then the strange plant. Dye materials. Okay, now we can go, like, this is for the ones we need that are different. So Ichor sticker. And after Ichor sticker is axe, then crawler, axe, crawler, mimic hammer, devour at the beginning, devourer, hammer, and then the mimic. And then I can put this away. We can grab a sonar potion, drink that, do that, cancel, 1, 2. Oh, didn't mean to take the battle potion, but... Let's get that blood squid done. Because then after that, all we gotta do is the bride. I'll take a crate. The crates are worthwhile, at least. So it's not, like, completely useless to grab them. And then maybe we can also find a sundial as well. Okay, yeah, maybe 2 is too many. Because we need to kill, like, 50 of those. Like, we need to kill quite a lot of blood squid. So we need to kill a lot of Dread Nautilus. Okay. Okay. There we go. Now we can look for more. Oh, wow, speak of the devil. Because once we can stop fishing, then we don't need to worry about them. Ow. Or we could have that happen. Honestly, I'm not surprised. But... Big stretch. Okay. Rock lobster. Pearlwood crate. Grab one of those. Come on. More dread nautilus. Boom, boom, boom. Ah, 39 of the 50. We need to kill 50 of those, which is disgusting. We also need to make some more sonar potions, but that's a whole other issue. It's the fact that we have 2 of these that we need to do. You know, I probably could have grabbed something for enemies and, like, whatnot, but... yeah. Flounder. Oyster. And Dread Nautilus. I prefer him to shoot down whenever I get the chance, because then he's not as dangerous. Okay. Okay, because otherwise he charges and then circles. 2, 3. And then he does it again. Okay. Five more. So one more Dread Nautilus like that, and we got all of what we need. And then we can head for just the bride and cross off this event from our list. I'll take a forward crate. Crates are nice. Just saying. I do like myself a good crate. Emo Goblin Shark. Rock Lobster. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Rock lobster. Ooh, I'll take a... oh, I missed the prismite. That could have been good. Because prismites are very useful. Doop, 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 doop. I just want the Dread Nautilus. For that bloody squid. Doo-dah, doo-dah. All I want is a blood squid. Do-do-do-do. Come on, game, please just give me a single set of Dread Nautilus and it's blood squid. Thank fucking Lord. Okay. And then it charges. Stop. Spew, spew, spew. Summon. Doop, 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 doop. Doop doop a doop doop. And then spew, spew, spew. And then charges again. And then summon. No, we're one short. No. No. There's no way we're getting another Dreadnoughtus to summon a Blood Squid, much less a Dreadnoughtus in general in the same night. Not with all the fish types that we can pull up. Oh, that is a big shame. Oh my god. No! I got it! Holy shit! Postmortem! Ah! Ah! Post fucking mortem. Oh my lord. Oh my god, I need a second there. I was like really focused in. Oh, that felt so damn good. Oh, that's nice. And then boom, boom. Don't really need those, so the rest of this I can just bump. Perfect. And now this can be retired. Oh my gosh. Now holy shit, I just looked at the platinum amount. I don't need the greedy ring in all honesty. There's a chance in the graveyard biome we could see her. I mean, it's not 0, but it's also not high. Not without a blood moon. So my thought is we just try and get it. I mean, I could easily farm for it off stream, but that would just be boring. So what I'm gonna do is put these away. Grab that. We're gonna do a Old One's Army run. And I will take the Ballista Staff. And then we will go here and boom, boom. And we will set up. Yeah, that's about right. 1, 2, 3. And 1 there. And we'll add 1 to the other side. Doop, boop, boop, boop. Bum, ba, da, da. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Yeah, we shred through these guys pretty well. Do 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 do. Worst time traveling merchant. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, bum, bum, ba-na-na-na. I don't know what it is about this song. I really like the Old One's Army theme quite a lot. I will say, I probably am gonna, like, because the boots at least give me lava immunity and whatnot for a period of time. It's the main reason I keep them on. There we go. And then I will put one there, and then I'm going to put one there. Because I would like to get, like, a good setup, just so we can protect this place better. And then we go here and just grab all that. And then we can go and grab the stuff from the other side. I love that you can skip the time between waves now. It's so nice. It makes this a lot less grindy. My Terra Prisma just going crazy. And there goes the Dark Mage. Not even ish. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. No no. Do do do. Do do do. Do-ba-do-ba-do. Grab all 5. I'm gonna put one there just so I can add and have like 3 near the middle. I think that'll be good. Okay. Yeah, I definitely want to put a bit more on those sides. There's the ogre. And over here, do a bit. There we go. Do ba do ba do ba do ba do. Do ba. Bum bum. There we go. Wave 6, the last wave before Betsy. Doom, 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 do 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 do. Oh, that did a lot. That should help a bit. Yeah, the ogre's on this side with a dark mage. That's not good. Because, like, just a dark mage by itself isn't as bad as an ogre and a dark mage. And there's the last Ethereum mana, and we go boom, boom. Time for Betsy. Will she give us the trophy we need? Doop, 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 doop. Nope. I really don't need the Ariel's Bane again. I have so many. That's a shame. Like, jeez. I honestly don't need most of this. Oh, I didn't even notice the Betsy relic there. And then I have a bunch of these. Like, look at that. I mean, they're good to have as, like, backups for, like, if I don't have one. But, jeez. Where's my walls? Walls 2. I'll put them in walls 2. It's almost nighttime. Do I want to keep farming the Blood Moon, or do I want to go for a little bit of present action? Mob, cloud, key event, wooden, there. I need more silk. And then I need to just open up and naughty present. I can only make 6, but it's more than what I had beforehand. Okay. I say we go for a naughty present and just do a bit of Frost Moon action so we're not just doing the same thing over and over on, like, repeat. Ugh, gosh. Thank God we can quickly speed up time. Actually. Use a stake. We have a free iron skin we can use. And we'll take an endurance. Shine, because why the fuck not? And I'll take a heart reach just to be safe. I'm gonna want that. And this. But I'm also going to want to just... boom. Boom. And yeah, I could whip stack, but... Debating whether I even wanna. Well, that was one deep-ass quack. Iker. And let's make a bunch more of the Iker flasks. And we're out of water bottles. Not something I expected to run out of, honestly. Do I have enough glass? I probably have enough sand, yeah. And do this. Well, good thing I did that, because we had no glass in any form otherwise. Good thing I'm doing this beforehand. Bye, traveling merchant. Grab a bunch of these. I know we need some empty bottles for some of them, so I'll grab some of those. Because I never really put these down usually, but might as well. And then I can put, like... You know what? Oh, I wish I could. And then I can put another over here. Just because I want to be able to have that extra bit of, like, mana regen for when I respawn and whatnot. I think that should work. Other than that, I'm thinking what I might need. I think that's about it. Unless a blood moon spawns, I'm just going straight for this, so... Reset these. And once it starts, we'll buff up. And we will fight! 2, 1. There we go. Boom, bottom. Bum, 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 bottom, bottom, bum. At least the event music is, like, really nice to listen to. Because we've killed all the zombie elf types. We need to kill yetis, present mimics, crampi, all sorts of stuff. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Come on, kill the sand tank before it kills me. Doom, doom, doom. Do, 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 do. Doom, 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 do, 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 do. Holy crap! I'm gonna fuck this. Burn! Jokes aside, that does nothing. Jeez. Nothing compared to my actual summon stuff. I will take care of some yetis, though. Okay. Take care of the sand tank and whatnot as well. Well, there goes the guide. That's where they go. We definitely aren't getting the present mimic, but you never know about the others. Ah. Jesus, because it's like I have everything else I need except for the banners and entries. Doom, doom. After the frost moon is done, though, we will check where we are in terms of the stuff, but I know we need to do a lot. Oh my god. Like, the thing does so much damage. Ah! And I had just gotten set up everything. Just shows that one stray missile can just body. And that one was because I had no mana. Like, Jesus. I do find it weird that mana basically carries over, but not, like, much else. I wish it auto-summoned your summons when, reviving. So bad. That also would be nice. Come on. Come on. I managed to hit that Yeti, so... Like, we've killed 70 Yetis. You'd think we'd have it by now? But I'm quite sure, like, some of that stuff is, like, a lot different for this thing. Okay, shit. Yeah, this is about right for me. It's like, I just want to take out the Ice Queens. I don't want to deal with that many, preferably, but don't got much of a choice. Ugh. I really just want to mark these off the damn list by now. Same thing with the present Mimic. I'd just love to mark it off the dang list. Because that's where I'm at. Come on. I want to take out these Yetis too. And Crampi. Krampuses. Cramping? I mean, I don't know what they'd be called. Like a group of Krampuses. The crease? I mean, I don't know. Would it be called a goat of Krampus? Maybe? Like, now I'm just curious. Well, I took one down with me. Sadly, we're gonna have all the Christmas stuff, so we can't really get much new in terms of normal creatures. But it's better than nothing. Are you fucking serious? I am honestly just like, really? Okay, boom. Actually, I don't even know if I have that one yet already. And well, fuck. I meant to not put the bells in, but the Santa things. You know, fuck you, Mothron. That's all I got to say. It's like every time I try to, I'm like, okay, I need to do this, 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 and then just something goes horribly wrong. Okay. I really couldn't care what creatures I have to deal with right now. Yeah, because on the entry side, the Yeti is done. Ice Queen isn't. Sand Tank isn't. Everscream isn't. Krampus is. Present Mimic isn't. I just need to get their banners as well. But of course, to get the banners of these creatures is a whole other thing. Sorry, I tabbed out to check something. You know what? Oops. We're going down this way. We might as well do something. And if we're gonna do something, we might as well farm, I guess. Best way to look at it. Okay. Definitely need to clear this out of Crimson, but not much I can do about that. Oh my. Okay, I am like double tasking right now. So the Frost Yeti and Krampus and whatnot, the stuff from the Frost Moon. There we go. Okay, boom. Holy crap. Let's just sit here for a moment and breathe. I do not have a battle potion on me. I need to look at this for the Frost Moon. Okay. Krampus banner. Probably 50. Yeti banner. It doesn't say, so it's probably 50. Same for Present Mimic. It seems to be 50 for all of these, but sometimes it's a bit, like, janky. It's kind of annoying for me because it's like, really? We're doing this again? Like, that's usually how it feels. I mean, nonetheless, though, like, I got some ideas. And I can say that is finished. Cool. Because we're going to be here most of the day anyway. So, might as well at least get something done. Honestly, I really should clean this place up. Contaminator. I need more green solution. Honestly, I can easily buy more green solution, so I'm not too worried, but still. It's the fact that I do in the first place. Oh, I think that was a Piggeron. I didn't see it in time. I just saw something die, and I was like, well, that thing's gone. But yeah, I really want to make sure that I can take care... Oh, Dark Pistol. But I want to make sure I can take care of some of this. Oh, we got our Nymph banner. The Rune Wizard one's gonna suck as well. Oh shit, we got the Ice Tortoise. I'll mark that off on both sides. Vulture and Sand Slime are just going to be more of a nuisance than anything else. Vulture more so, sheerly because of the fact that we'll just have to frickin' purify a desert and then just hope they spawn. Okay. There are times where I catch myself saying black recluse instead of brown recluse when I'm talking about the IRL spider, because I just think of the black recluse in Terraria. Because the brown recluse in real life is a very deadly spider. If you've never been bitten by one or know someone who's been bitten by one, be happy. Because holy shit, the necrosis is awful. Like, alone, the necrosis is enough to make someone gag. It's the best way to put it, honestly. It's one of those things that I feel like if everyone experienced it, it would just be like, oh dear God. Oh, there goes Icy Merman. I can talk really well with something in my mouth, surprisingly. I just put my mouse in my mouth, basically, to hold down the button while just scratching off the Icy Merman. I am definitely a weirdo. I know I am. But I will say, at least I'm efficient at being a weirdo. And I say that matters. Because if you're not an efficient weirdo, well, dang. At least I'm efficient. Then again, I'm also not a fish either, so that could have been worse too for me. I'm probably going to go like this for now. Honestly, while digging this out, we might unironically get most of what we need. I did not see that. That is like so. That was so hard to see. I would have never seen that normally. Holy crap. Oh yeah, this is going on too. Come on, Chester. Boom, boom. So it goes Cyan Beetle, Undead Viking. Fuck. It sucks because it's like I'm trying to actually do this because we need to for the challenge. Oh my god. Ice Bat, Ice Elemental, Ice Tortoise. I don't even want to know. So the Icy Merman is after Armored Viking and before Ice Bat. So, and then the Ice Tortoise is between Vulture and Ice Mimic, but I don't have either. So it would be 2 before Antlion Larva. So right there, Icy Merman. 1, 2. Ice Tortoise. Perfect. I mean, we're getting a lot crossed off. We do need Pinky still, but that shouldn't be too bad, hopefully. Hopefully. uh... I think what I'm gonna do is... Do I have any battle potions at all? Did I put them back in here? No, I didn't. And we're out of Night Bloom. Yeah, we are completely out. We're out of the Nightshade stuff. Death Bloom, whatever you want to call it. Okay, I need this. And I need Mothron to frickin' stop being a pain in the ass. We just need to hope that we see a bride, but... Because if we're in a graveyard as well, then it ups the chances. Dooba-doo-dooba. But then again... Over here, it's still going to be a high enough chance. If I actually... Okay, cool. I really don't need these trophies. And the thing is, I can't skip through the day either because of the fact that it's an event. So I just kind of gotta exist while it happens. I don't... And the moon dial doesn't seem ready yet either, so... Oof. I don't remember how long it takes for the moon dial to respawn its charge. Oh, it is ready. I honestly didn't think it was. Clown. If I stay like this, they should naturally fall. I just need to kind of hope that we can get the bride. So put one there, one there, one there. And we'll see it at like the corner of our vision. The rain doesn't help. Well, at least we got a bloody tear. Come on. Battle potion. Come on. Do. I've killed 20 grooms before I've killed 10 brides. Wow. I really didn't think we'd be at this point. But we are. Okay, so we have killed enough brides that with the groom, we have killed more grooms than brides, but we still need one bride. Ah. Well, there's a clown. It's not gonna last that long. It's like all I want is a bride to spawn. Is that like such a bad thing? Like this is not an easy challenge in the slightest. And that's what really sucks. Because it becomes a pain. I forget those blow up instantly when they hit you. That was awkward. There we go. Dooba doop boop. Doop boop boop boop. Got an idea. Requires me to do this, but this might just help. And then I just do this. Come on, we just need one to spawn. It's like I have all the stuff I ever would need. Dooba 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 doo. And we can see when one spawns because it will appear on the rare creature table. So we'll know when it spawns as well. We just gotta hope. Doop, 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 doop. Doop, 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 doop. I might turn this place into a graveyard biome too at this point. It's making me think. Come on, game. It's one freaking creature. Mimics and other stuff, but not the bride. Come on, game. Please, I'm begging ya. I'm begging ya. Please. I don't know. I don't know what I don't know what a game would want. I doubt it would want food. Yeah, God, we've killed a lot of mimics. A lot of mimics. A lot of possessed armor. A lot of blood zombies. A lot of normal zombies. Come on. Honestly, all it takes is one good blood moon like this, and you just got everything you could ever need. It's kind of crazy. But when it comes to bestiary stuff, you spend so damn long. I don't think I've ever used the KO cannon like normally. Like normally I get it so late into hard mode that it's just not worth it. It's a mimic. No bride. Not yet, at least. Come on. Boop, boop, boop. Ba-da-boop, boop. Oh, wow, another mimic. Oh, boy. And another mimic. All of this for one enemy. I could probably sit, like, at the graveyard with this in the background constantly, and I still wouldn't find a bride. Almost 100%. Knowing my damn luck. I mean, we did get the Evil Biomes done today. So that's a plus. Okay. Because once the bride is done, that's the entirety of the blood moon. We need green jellyfish, rune wizard. I'll add a demon eye banner as well. I think this is where we'll have to farm later anyway. Rip. Honestly, I'm just gonna... Yeah, look at it. It's not the best. But... it's also not the worst. Oh, there went a gnome. Remember when we were having trouble with those fuckers? I'm debating going lower with that. In all honesty. do this. Because I want a place I can just drop. And... Wow, wow. There we go. While not perfect, I can go like this. Hopefully. I mean, there's definitely some that I missed. But I feel like some of that's also naturally going to get covered if I do this. Because it will allow me to get a lot extra. Yep, you can hear the crimson. Because it's like right under my house, and I want to get rid of it. Because that's not good for me. Yeah, look at that. And then just like that. There we go. I want to make sure that there's none left. Doesn't seem like there's any, but you never know. Yeah, look at that. Even under and like over here. I'm just gonna mine up. Get rid of like a lot of this middle part real quick. For a few reasons. Yeah, because the crimson is not something we really need. And it's definitely coming from over here, I think. And I don't know why. Because it's like such a specific area, too. Do, 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 do. Oh my gosh. Though if slime does start falling from the sky, that would give us a chance at Pinky, like a really good one. I'm gonna do this. Because I want to make sure we can clear out a bunch of crimson. Okay. I just remember when the damn crimson altars and demon altars overall would just, every time you broke them, it would spawn a random corrupt block in the world. Like, that was always so damn annoying. I'm glad it got removed. Like, in all honesty, thank God it got removed. Because it was always so damn annoying. And we'll do this. good. Look at that. And we'll go like that. Holy crap. Let's just quickly do this. And then we can just easily go like that. Like, yeah, there's definitely some left up and down. Jeez. Welcome to the cat, apparently. It's back. Okay. We'll just do a bunch of this. There we go. And oh boy, that's a lot of crimson. Oh boy. Now this is going to be a difficult one. And look at over there. Like, we already know there's going to be a lot over here. We just don't know the extent. Jeez. And we go down. And it definitely goes down. Oh boy, it goes down a lot. That mushroom biome at least helps us. Because it means it hasn't gone that far. There's some right there, but I know I just changed some of this into jungle. And there's not much I can do about that. Okay, and then... Okay. Huh. I just happened to miss that. Random pieces. More than just random pieces. Holy crap. And then we go all around. And then back down. Okay. 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 Jeez, we are still going. And we are going far. And then I can do that. Saw a video about something, can't believe didn't think about it. It was about why Digimon monsters name end with Mon. Honestly, I never thought about that either. Now my own curiosity has been piqued. Because I don't think I ever thought about that either. I was always just kind of like, they're Mon, I guess. I mean, they're Digimon. Never really thought much about it after. But now I'm, like, really curious. Because now that's going to be in my damn head all day. Okay. Huh. God, we have so much Crimson to take care of today. I'm just trying to take care of a bunch of it real quick. No PDF or JPEG files on computer? Yeah, I know about those. At least I'm pretty sure I do. I mean, surprised if I didn't. Wait, when did we get a Pinky banner? When the hell did that happen? What? I wasn't paying attention and we got a Pinky banner. Oh. Oh, shit. Nice. Right after Purple Slime. Hell to the yeah. Now all we need to finish the first box is the bride. Overall, though, like, we've made so many improvements. Like, our challenge. A lot. So the stuff we have left now are dungeon, random Halloween-based stuff, stuff from the Frost Moon, random stuff from biomes, like specific biomes, and then just after that we are pretty good. Like, holy crap. Is there ending stands for their name, Mon? Holy crap, that's a fair point. Either way, though, for those of you who are not already part of it, !dislab, where we have the Discord, where you might make some new friends and all sorts. I stream every Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. CST. Other than that, the days I don't stream, !YouTube, where the VOD channel has all sorts of stuff with this Terraria series, Minecraft, and much, much more. I will be here next week. I don't think I have anything important. Now I'm starting to question myself. Yeah, I'm perfectly fine for next week. So I'll see you guys Monday. Just remember, you're always awesome. Fair. But other than that, hope you have wonderful days.